What up? What up? I got nothing. More camera stuff today. I realized too, my computer has been crashing, which has been failing my uploads. That's how I'm starting the conversation. I looked into it this morning, that's why I'm a little bit late today. Well, actually, I'm still kind of on time. But either way, I looked into it, and I think it's my PSU might be dying or something, I don't know. It's not looking good. I kind of hope it's a power supply, because power supply is pretty cheap to fix. It also said that it might be RAM related. Let's hope not on that one. Although, I do have 2 extra sticks of RAM just in case. Not that I just have those laying around, but those are from my old computer. They're old DDR4 sticks. Although, still, that's like liquid, you know, that's like gold these days, right? I don't want to worry about that right now. It's really weird because it doesn't crash while I'm streaming. Then I finish the stream, I go to upload the video, and then I leave my office, and it just crashes halfway through the upload. So, that's weird. That's really weird. But I'll get home and I'll be like, okay, let's turn off the computer. It's probably finished uploading, and I can't reach it. And I'm like, so I open up YouTube Studio, and it's like halfway through the upload of the VOD. So this morning I'm uploading the VOD, and I don't know. This is not the right time to be having hardware issues with computers. Everything is way too expensive. Can't afford it. Ugh. Where did we leave off yesterday? We've got our new camera, right? And it is... I don't know, it's not bad. There are some weird damping settings. But like, other than that, we have our cameras. Immediate switching to first person. Smooth blend out to third person. Different camera for standing and crouching. A little bit of vertical damping. I mean, I really think overall it feels mostly good. But we have this problem.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm gonna send Delta Force.
Me? That is a very weird new combo. That's a golden travel. Did you misclick on that one? Yeah, we need to fix this this vaulting issue. I have no idea how I'm gonna fix it. I don't know how it got there. I wonder if there's 3 functions going on. If there's like a mantle start, a mantle update. Look at that. Look at that snap. Very weird. If we can get this fixed today, and I don't know if we can, and I don't know how long it'll take, we'll jump into a new task after this. That's the plan. There are 3. There's mantle start, mantle update, and mantle end. And I'm wondering which one of these is playing. Animation montage, position correction curve, starting position, play rate, starting offset. It's possible we're not giving it the right info after we overhauled some of the mantling. Animated start offset. Let's start with this one. We're going to start with a debug capsule. Half height of whatever our default is. 90, 30. What'd it do, Rex? Let's try 3. Let's see where that draws. It didn't draw shit. Huh? Excuse me? You know what it is? I think it's a local location. I think it's in local space. Hold the flip phone. We'll do green on that one and red on this one. Orangish, good enough. Okay, so we see the red. I don't see the yellow. Mantle target. World space. Is that actually world space? Where the fuck are we drawing that? $1946? The fuck is 1946? Why is there a cube under here? Huh? Get out of there. $1946? Where is that? Where did that print? Oh, I turned off print to log. Let's keep that. You like that cube placement? They're not drawn on top of each other, right? $1931. They might be drawn on top of each other. Yeah, they're drawn on top of each other. Never mind. They are the same location. Well, that's not like a start position then. We have the start offset. What does that print out? Minus 65 on the X, minus 200 on the Z. Okay. I mean, I assume that that's an offset from... The fuck did it go? Minus 65, 0. Minus 200. Okay, and we'll use 1937. Minus 323. 858. 1937 minus 323. 858. Minus 65, that would be about... And then minus 200 would be 658. Okay, so we can kind of see the offset. How you doing, Ogrim? The offset... I wonder if that is exactly where the player is located at the time of performing that jump. What do we montage between here? Put this over, it says debug. We do a mantle timeline. Where is that timeline? I'm kind of wondering if this is hitting... If this is like jumping, if maybe we're calculating the time length for it. Currently set to 5 seconds. It's kind of weird. Let's debug that. I'm gonna do the jump and then go slow-mo. Wish it showed me the time for that. Trying to see when it ends. Okay, so it doesn't end until the mantle fully ends, so potentially then something in mantle update is wrong. We did make some tweaks to this to fix bugs. It kind of says this is meant to prevent those pops when mantling an object lower than the animated mantle. We still have those pops. Let's see if we can open up the ALS project and see if the issue is happening with theirs too. I don't think it was. I don't think it was. So we might have broken something. You know, hell if I know where the specific problem is happening unless we just draw a whole bunch of points in between here. It's definitely happening during the mantle update though. You know what I'm kind of wondering? What if it's this? What if it's this point? What if I set this to like 4.5? Yeah, it's like taking... It's like where along the animation should we start moving the player to the mantle start position? And by moving it towards almost the end, this is the outcome. But I think it should eventually put us up there. Eventually. Oh, it didn't even do it. What the fuck? Okay, well that's an option. Not one that I'm going to take, but it is an option. Very weird. Very weird. Yeah, they do not have that problem. I mean, they have their own problems that we fixed, but maybe one of our fixes has messed up the how we process that data. Hmm. It's hard to know when specifically that started happening. But maybe we could check. When was ALS actually... We did mantling improvements here. Project rename, refactor moving splines. Merging in, merging in, merging in. Playtest build. Platforming mechanics. One of these, it was the ALS. Here. So this is when we brought in the ALS character from Immersive Sim Toolkit. And that would have had the default ALS mantling code. We're gonna find out exactly when this bug started happening because it can likely be traced back to one specific change. It's gotta be. Okay, let's see here. Default ALS character. Do we have the problem here? Yes. Is it potentially just related to how far we check for mantling? We do that downward trace pretty far in front of the player. Not impossible. Not impossible. Would be a pretty big change though if we wanted to change that. Their mantle check runs the... They just run that capsule trace. I mean, it isn't that far in front of the player that they do the check. Maybe that's just the thing that's doing it for us. Let's load up the character. We'll try moving it back. Not that I'm gonna propagate that forward, but rather let's just confirm that that's the reason that it's happening, and we'll take it from there. He's just the 20. You know what? I'm gonna move to the new branch. Hold on. I am gonna move up. I'm pretty sure I know why it's happening. One of the things I didn't like about the ALS project was just how like close you had to be to a ledge to start the mantle. It felt a little too restrictive. So I pulled it back a bit, but I guess one of the benefits is that it still looks smoother here though. Still looks smoother. Still looks smoother. Something is still, I don't know. You can see we've expanded it just a little bit. It's still jerky even when you're directly up against that wall. Or is that just the camera in this case? Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Where's their slow-mo? Where are they handling that? Here. Let's set this to our own time dilation speed and do the same thing. We're doing that all the way at 0.01. It's way better. Way, way better. What the fuck did I break? What did I do? Mantle Ledge World Space Transform. Oh, I actually am currently drawing a point. Between our pink and red. Okay, let's see where we're drawing ours. Sorry. The same spot to me. Right at the center of that capsule. I mean that capsule should be the exact same final point as we would want from the other system too. The only things that were really changed from that then would be the bug fixes to the macros, because I don't believe that I touched anything this is in Mantle Start. We added in absolute scale, but this would have been happening before that. This would be in the macros themselves. Which I don't see. But I know we adjusted these. Maybe not this one. Oh, because it's part of their own macro library, that's right. This wasn't changed, it was just moved. World to local absolute scale. That was to fix a bug. It would have been an immersive sim then, is where I made the changes to those, and I guess I propagated them through when we did the import. Okay, let's open up that project then. Okay, we made change here. Nothing. Change here. Big changes. Big changes to component local to world. Where's that being used? Component local. On mantle update. In diff blueprints? Yes. Right, and I was sending in the... I'm gonna set this back up the way that it was, which was causing bugs, but see if it fixes the animation problem. Been using this engine for years, you didn't know it? It's not horrible. It's not like it's not perfect diffing in the sense that you can like send changes back and forth. Better than nothing though. And at least you can copy and paste from one back into the new one. Yeah, I don't think there's any change. That fixed the scaling issue on the mesh. But that doesn't seem to have been the cause of the jerk. Okay. Does it change these pins from double to float? I don't see why that would be the case. Fixes fucky rotation when mantling objects with negative scale. Does not fix fucky location. Low kofefe. Yeah, we still have the location problem. Alright, let's check the character itself. there an override to mantle start and mantle end here? Okay. Don't need to worry about that. Mantle update. Were there any changes here between the initial poll? Mantle check, of course, we have. Oh yeah, because I backported the new code from Redlock, which we will have to do again. Backported that change. Where were we using? Oh no, this is mantle starts. We were using the absolute value to fix the rotation and scale here, but the location is still messed up. I don't really get it though, because they're... Something in my own code must have forked it. I guess the easiest way to check would be to replace their mantle check code with my own and see if it starts happening. Then at least we could isolate it to being like, okay, it's in these blueprints somewhere. Or we're sending in the wrong data into mantle start. Alright, let's do it. That one or more nodes could not be pasted in. That's weird. Hit actor. Okay, let's create a local variable for that. Down trace normal. I don't know why that fucked up. Oh, there's something missing here. That is my macro for adjust vector Z for surface normal. I paste that in. No. Okay, blueprints on both sides of me. I don't know why it's fucked up the down trace normal. Gotta make sure I don't miss anything. Invalid message node. Oh yeah, we don't need we can delete that. Hey Pexian. Guess who I'm sub to? Who? Is that or Dan Clancy? You sub to Dan Clancy? Yeah, like he needs more money, huh? It's like goon to more women as he bans VTubers. Someone gifted one. What does that cola brand taste like? It tastes about 70 to 80% as good as regular Pepsi, but it is like half as expensive. Although it is getting more expensive, and I think I'm going to switch back to my flavored caffeinated water. Which I know sounds silly, but that's what I do. We're in slow-mo today. It's not there. It's not there. That code does not cause the bug. I think the mantling position might be a little bit messed up. I know why though. But that doesn't cause the jerkiness. You don't like regular Pepsi? I like regular Pepsi. I don't like Coca-Cola. But in a twist of irony, I am drinking my generic Pepsi, which is named Cola Original Zero, out of a Coca-Cola officially branded glass. While I say I don't like Coca-Cola. Make of that what you will. Does it have a significant amount of caffeine? Not really. Not really. About the same as any. Coffee's got way worse. Way more. Ugh. Oh, you switched over? Oops, we're gonna have a fight over cola brands. I think Pepsi does flavors well. They used to have a lime mint flavor though, and they got rid of that. Now they have pineapple and lemon. They're both pretty good. Pineapple one's nice. Pineapple one is really good to mix with Malibu. Eek. And the best part is, I'll show you what you can do. Top tips from a certified alcoholic. Okay, so you have a whole bottle here, right, of this pineapple twist, whatever the fuck. Really low res, but bear with me. You're gonna take this and you're gonna drink down to about here. About right where it starts to go back in. The curves start to go back in. You're going to squeeze in a wedge of lime, and then you're gonna fill it back up to about here with Malibu. And you're gonna very, very slowly and carefully just twist it once or twice. Nobody's gonna know that you're drinking a beautiful cocktail. And that's how you can be an alcoholic in public. And people think you're just drinking Pepsi pineapple. Yeah, you can drink at work too. Yeah. It's some good stuff. Dunkin' Donuts used to be a client of the company I work for, and one of the board members had previously worked at PepsiCo. He said that PepsiCo had done a study that had the results were give them 21 days and they could convert anyone into a Pepsi drinker. Currently, it takes 21 days for your body to acclimate to the new flavor. That is way too much science for me. I just want a tasty drink. Let's move over the mantle start code, and we'll see if the mantle start code causes the problem. What did we change here? We did the absolute scale, but the absolutes Scale, sorry, I'm having hiccups now, was not the issue. That was not causing the problem. Maybe it was one of the macro changes, or we could check the mantle update. I think it is there. We have the plugged in absolute scale change, but I don't remember changing anything else. The only thing that I can think of is this macro library here, but we just tested that. Well, no, we didn't. Let's try that. I don't mind certain types of coffee. Not my preferred choice, but I don't mind it. A lot of caffeine in it though. Wait, this does have to change. What am I looking at? Got it right here. Are we sure that the bug isn't happening? The hand position's a little fucked up. That can be fixed. And there will be some other bugs in here, just we're ignoring that for right now. What we want to fix is there's no jerkiness here. Why do they have no jerkiness? So we plugged in all of our new mantle check code. We're not running any of the old stuff. So we know that it's not being caused here. Even though one of the transform calculations might be a little bit wonky, that's easy to fix. Mantle start. Go over to Redlock. Visually comparing the two here. There shouldn't be any change. Apart from the local world to absolute scale that is being used in... Well, let's try copying that over. Let's try copying this. Because maybe it was this problem. And to ledge W or LS local to duplicate LS ABS. We don't use that here at all. We use that in mantle update. it's here. Where instead of this, location there. Okay, let's see if that causes the bug. Doing everything in Blueprint when you do C++ work in your game as well? Maybe, yes. Possibly. Expedition 33 was 95% blueprints. But yes, we will have some C++. Just depends on how many coders we have. We'll put them on the high value tasks. Leave everything else to blueprints. Well, it's not there. What were the other changes we made to the macro library? This we did. This one's weird. It says it was changed from a double to a float. Isn't that weird? They're just broken transforms. There's no way that would have caused the issue, though. Mandelstar just had the node additions. We moved those up. None of those changed. But we don't have the same problem with this character, do we? In Immersive Sim? No. But that's weird because I've backported every single change from Redlock to Immersive Sim. So if the problem exists in Redlock, it should exist in Immersive Sim, unless there was something that I didn't backport. We did do a lot of changes here. This looks the same. That's a different check. Mantle update. Just had the absolute scale edition. We do the tick mantling check, but that couldn't be the culprit, could it? I think I unhooked that, didn't I? Because I noticed it was setting some global variables. No. Still is the jerkiness. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Yeah, it still does it here too. Why? Um, there's a camera thing. I'll show you. Or it's not. Well, the camera is the downstream issue with this. The issue is with the immediate jerkiness of the player's model when mantling. That doesn't exist in the other two variants that I have of this mantling code, and yet to me it looks like all the code is the same. Clearly it's not. So here we see the obvious issue with where the mantle is starting. Oops. And that jerkiness doesn't cause any gameplay problems, but it causes very obvious problems with the experience and visuals. But I can't find what's different between the two, because this does not happen in default ALS, even though I just moved over all of our code to be the same. And I should be running the exact same code. Maybe some of the trace settings? I did change those. That's just CMC stuff. Or not really. Pre-sprint gate, player movement. There's some new globals. I mean, it's specifically told not to run anything while mantling. I wonder if we're not updating the movement state as we should be. Maybe? Fine to me. Grasping at straws here. I mean, I could try copying in literally all of this should be the same. Even when we're only running this on, because we're running it on tick, but now I moved it over to just when spacebar is pressed. And all of the data seems to be very accurate here. Ba. Something messed up somewhere. We even originally pulled this from Immersive Sim. So back in change set 25, which is where we integrated it, we shouldn't have the problem, and yet we do have the problem. I mean, I could try pulling it in again. Just the code and not any of the components. There were some changes to the event graph. Nothing significant. Tick graph. You have the check above head while crouching. That wouldn't have caused it. Some input changes. Crouching tweaks. Movement stuff. Unhooked that. Redundancy fix. Really the only thing that has to do with mantling is the absolute value fix, which removing that does not fix the problem. This is just the initialization of that, so we didn't actually make any changes to the original code. We just added an additional variable. And the biggest changes were to the mantling code itself. But these didn't cause the problem either. Because we just backported all of this to ALS. Problem doesn't exist there. Oh, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. we 100% sure that this problem wasn't there in change set 25? Where's 25? I mean, I would have made some tweaks to it. It would be whatever the difference is between this and... If it exists here, but doesn't exist here, then it was some tweak that I made on the switch over. And I guess I could compare the two. Yeah, because I don't feel it here. It would feel very jerky. But it feels really smooth here. But here it happens. Here's my mistake: is I did the migrate, and I made changes, and then I did my commit. It would have been a lot smarter if I migrated, committed, did changes, committed again, because then I could see what the differences were between the two change sets. Fuck, this is exactly why. Commit often. Commit everything. Know better too. Idiot. Well, we know it's not in mantle check. Mantle start had not been updated here. There should be absolutely no difference between these. And the only change to mantle end would have been the addition of this code. I've copied that over to ALS. Let me double check. Component world to local. Has the invert. Local to world has all the changes. Nothing else here is new. Controller unchanged. Mantle update. I mean, it could have been changes to like default. I did fuck with some stuff here. This is the base character. This is not the one that spawns, though. This is the one that spawns. Everything here looks the same. I changed some collision settings. Or not really. No, those look the same. State values. Third person. Those look the same too. I'm kind of tempted just to like re-export and fix my changes until it starts happening again. Hmm. If I change this to third person, can we see the problem occur here? Is it... I'm just grasping. I have no clue. There's no way. This is the one we spawn. It's so smooth looking. But I'm like, I swear it's the same code. It's the exact same code. I'm losing my mind. It's beautiful looking here. I mean, I made changes to the CMC, but that can't be it, right? Let's check the CMC. I mean, because maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe... No. No, it can't be that. But it could make sense. I'm gonna try unhooking something. That's one of the few changes that we do to move the character on tick that we didn't port back over to Immersive Sim. But it's micro movements. No. That is the source of it. Okay. Hold on. Hold. We're not out of the woods yet. If so, that's an easy fix. We just don't apply those micro movements while the player's mantling. Very easy fix. Like 30-second fix. What up, Zarlo? Long time no see. Where do I run that? That is exactly the cause of it. Look how much smoother it looks when I do that. Okay, well, that's easy. Just grab our, not stance, our movement. What's it called? Where's the switch? Forgot the name of it. Movement state. Tried to make a prototype in Game Maker, then 5 hours to nothing later I switched to Photoshop. Went from Game Maker to Photoshop. That is quite the switch. Knowledge proved insufficient for Game Maker. I have not tried recent Game Maker. Switch to Unreal. You don't need any knowledge to make this engine work. We were talking about that yesterday. I think Unreal Engine 4 is just so beginner friendly, but Unreal Engine 5. Okay, let's test it. We might want to set the... I need to check when the movement state gets hit, because if it gets hit a little bit too late, maybe it'll have like a frame where we still do this check. But we'll see. We'll see. Honestly, it looks pretty damn good. Holy shit, I found the problem. Oh my god, that problem has been bugging me for ages, and look how smooth it looks now. Need to adjust some camera stuff. That's an easy fix. You know how to pick a random value out of an array in Game Maker? Okay, at least I can say that, at least for Unreal. That part is at least very easy. Wanted to playtest a physical game I'm working on, and Photoshop works alright. Hey, there's nothing wrong with using other programs or unconventional methods for playtesting. I once built a tabletop game to test the prototype for a real-time strategy game. I made a turn-based tabletop, and I think somewhere, one of my friends has a picture of that still. It was fucking big. It was pretty fun. You gotta do what works. Okay, I'm gonna commit just this change. Which I know will sound weird, but I just want this one thing. Now that we finally found it. Fix long existing bug with micro movements to handle physics. Causing issue with mantling accuracy. Oh my god, okay, that feels good to fix. That was bugging me for ages. It's very simple, but I never studied the manual that much. It's been a year, I'm not surprised. It's still dead, tad disappointing. I would like to try Game Maker. Because it's been like 15 years since I last used it. He said $40 in materials. Dad gave his old 3D printer. Oops. What do we still have for camera issues that exist? We have this one here. And that's related to us performing the crouch at the end of the mantle. So we haven't updated the camera. And then we have the camera not transitioning, or we have it transitioning while the mantling is taking place, but we were considering a separate camera specifically for the mantle. It works fine on like the low mantles. The most egregious issue would be the camera pop up there. I have an idea. I have an idea. We might try Game Maker this year. I might try it. For like a small little game jam. I don't know though. Might be easier just to mess around with that on my own. I could switch the player's stance sooner if we know that the player could fit when crouched. Like before we start the mantle, I could switch the stance. Kind of improper methodology for that. I wonder what happens if I crouch before we do the mantle. I bet that could look weird. Because right now we're mantling at the end of the... We're crouching at the end of the mantle. Let's try switching it around. It'll look weird for a sec. could always increase the speed at which it transitions. It doesn't do that, I bet, because the capsule height is not changing until afterwards. But it is. Good for Game Jam. I've heard organization gets pretty bad for big projects. Worth trying. At this point, I'd probably just be able to make a game faster in Unreal if it was 2D anyway. But I like working on 3D games. I know the reason it's happening. Yep, and that's where it's clipping. Okay. And moving that doesn't really help because it's just switching the... It's still waiting until we finish mantling before it actually runs the crouching. If I try to hack that in, it's not going to be great. So I think the only other option left to me, which is realistic, is to run a separate camera for mantling. Probably. And to have that follow the pawn. Okay, we'll try it. Can't hurt. It shouldn't bother first person though. This should just be a third person problem. We'll keep the smooth transition on enter, but no offset. And then in our director, we'll just grab this, not the stance, but the movement state. And while mantling, we'll do mantling. Okay. I'll organize it once we get it feeling good. I think the transition needs to be faster. It's like jerking. Doing some really weird shit. Okay, we transition down. I mean, the reason why that doesn't really work is because of the capsule as a whole is just getting like teleported up there. Well, the player is. Oh, because it's phasing through the... Yeah, it's phasing through the geometry. That's why we get that weird frame. Of course. That makes sense why that's happening. We're looking for a simple single-player game in my local game store, but most of the ones I found weren't simple, let alone solo. A few weeks ago I started making my own for fun, but it turns out make a board game is harder than I thought. Like the classic 2 steps forward, 1 steps back. Yeah, we've been talking about that recently too, where it's just there's so many. It feels like every day they're announcing some new cooperative game, and not a whole lot of single player experiences. Eugenics is fun though, if you're looking for something simple to play. Eugenics is pretty cool, and has a lot of gameplay. And of course, Terraria got a new update too. I've been playing that a bit recently again. How's it going, Kent? So I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, I could try keeping the... I could try keeping the blend slower. But add some damping onto it. Of course, that's gonna feel weird though with the added damping. Even if it improves the experience somewhat. it kind of feels better. It feels a little bit better. It ain't perfect. What's up, Jim? I mean, we still have that one clipping issue, mainly because we are we're setting this to 75 and not considering whether or not we're going to be crouching afterwards. Hmm. What if I set that to 35 to account for the crouch? Or 30, I think it is. 45 is the half height. Yeah. I don't even mind keeping it that way just globally. It feels different, but not bad. Yeah, it really doesn't feel bad. Sorry, I'm not commentating on it too much. I'm just trying to I'm trying to feel it out in the moment. Oops, missed that jump. Might I even say that this is starting to feel a little bit professional for camera? nowhere near the level of more capable companies and individuals, but way better than before. I will have to check the elevator though. Although this elevator is very much a placeholder elevator that I don't like having to mantle on, but, you know. Ultra rapid magma elevator? Yes. That is me using a moving platform as a placeholder elevator. Ship this art style. I mean, I don't think that the art style makes the platforming any less... Well, I won't say... It doesn't detract from the platforming. And if anything, it makes it easy to see where you need to go. Master, it works, yeah, it's like... I can still play the game. No big deal. What I was considering doing, and once we're in early access, is to block out the new levels and release those kind of like soon, so that people can test the new levels and see how fun they are before we actually start meshing it out. Because of course that, you know, that's going to take a lot of time, and then we have to do a whole bunch of lighting passes and all this other bullshit. But the blockouts are fast to iterate on. So I was like, okay, you can play, imagine this level fully finished. It's like you can play this, and then you can play the blackout for level 5. Look. There's a gimmick that's missing. Like, okay, you can jump, but does it need something extra? Do you? Of something that we don't have designed, I should say. Big poopies. It's a crowbar. Because we have three abilities that the player will get. We do need to fix clipping a little bit. I don't know if the clipping planes are going to assist with that. I don't really know what clipping planes are. So we will have to learn what clipping planes are. I just know they're related. Let me go to the bathroom first, though. And then we'll fix the clipping issue. UB. Harnesses, magnetic boots. How would you platform with magnetic boots? It sounds like an absolute nightmare for bugs. The fuck is a clipping plane? Object further than the near plane closer will be rendered. Oh, it's just for rendering. So that isn't it clipping through objects. Realistically, the only thing that would modify that would be increasing the sphere radius. I mean, I can boost it up to 12 just to... Yeah, but we still run into an issue with that. Someone mentioned yesterday the safe distance. The safe position. How do we fuck with that? Safe position, pivot. Custom safe position. Optional camera variable to query for safe position. Fall back to value defined by safe position. Well, I mean, the offset would be... Well, it depends. It depends where the hit is occurring. Because if I just throw like minus 50 here on the X... I don't know how you would handle that without completely writing some code for that. Write some code? I don't know the code to do that. Prevent camera clipping? Yeah, it doesn't help me though. I need to know what it's called. Like, okay, there's a setting to do it, but... Near clipping plane. That's not how I interpreted what clipping planes were. And like, what the fuck do I even set these to? Taking floats, great. Well, what do the floats mean? That don't do shit. Don't do shit. I mean, I don't know how it's supposed to work when the camera is literally clipping with geometry. There's not a whole lot you can do to have it not do that. Without just increasing this collider radius by some massive amount, which of course is just going to have its own problems. You'll still end up with clipping anyway, once it gets near that pivot point. Do we even write any info that it's currently clipping? Don't think so. I mean, I could try. I could try seeing. Where's my tick? Throw this up here for right now. Let's try doing a self-reference or ignore its own component. It's an actor reference, not a component reference. Well, we'll try that because I think that does propagate to children. What pair curls are we doing? I'm trying to fix an issue with camera penetration. I can kind of detect it happening. First, you need to explain what the fuck a clip plane is, and do it in a way that isn't... It's a float value. That's like, you know, you need to set your discombobulator rotational matrix flux value to a stabilized penile erectitious length. Like, okay, well, how do I do that? Well, as one plane, you always see through it unless you add another plane. Why would I add another plane? What would that plane look like? Erectitious, yeah. Pretty good word. I'm feeling erectitious tonight, baby. Okay, so higher value, lower value. Tell me a value. How high of a value? Here's my rendering. Near clip 10. I will set it to 1,000. It still happens. Still happens. Still happens. I don't know how to fix it. No, I appreciate you trying to help. I just camera clipping. Third person camera clipping. Now I remember why I like making first person games. I'm having 3 almonds because I feel bad about it. These are Nutri-Score A though. That means I am getting all my nutrients from eating 3 of these. Every nutrient that I need in the day is here. Donut and chocolate croissant, dude, that sounds so good. No, I appreciate the help, hair curls. I have no clue how I'm gonna fix this problem. Hmm. Does the far play matter? Should I do that before the collision push? Maybe? Is it just bad ordering? I'll set it to 50 to be really aggressive. No. No. Maybe there's like something else I can do. Oh, I can actually run blueprint logic on this. Interesting. There is like this safe position node. The only problem is I'd probably have to run external code to then feed back the safe position, which I've tried doing before. It's not impossible. You know, my thinking is if we paint this out here. It's not the end of the world if we can't fix this though. We have a wall. We have our camera that clips into that. Because the player is too close, right? Or whatever. I can detect that when it's happening. You'd think increasing the radius that it checks would, you know, prevent this from occurring. Doesn't really seem to do anything though. You'd think if I set the collision to 100 that it would just absolutely prevent it from clipping. But it's like the preferred location seems to take absolute precedence over the safe location. Did it mesh what, the camera? Oh, the wall? Yeah, the wall is a mesh. It's geometry. It is not a brush. Just a primitive. Hmm. I mean, that's got to be what the safe position part of this is. Oh. Thanks for the tissues, Riggs. I mean, if I can detect when it's happening, I could always switch shoulders. Or just switch to first person if we're too close. Let me try that. TP shoulder. Just switch to first person. And we could just run that code. And then I'd have to remove the bones like we do usually. We could run that if it is detecting it. The problem is kind of when that clipping occurs. Because I'm doing the check back here, and if it hits any mesh, it could trigger that right now. But we wouldn't want that at any time. I mean, imagine just being here, your camera hits the wall a little bit, clips, and then we just switch to first person. That would suck ass. That clearly would not be a viable solution. But we need something for it. Or we accept it. I don't know which one. And we just... and then Rex and I just make all the materials two-sided. That even if you clip with like a rock or something, all you see is more rock. That sounds dangerous. That sounds like it'll have no performance problems whatsoever. No, I was joking. It would solve the problem. Not that I want to solve it that way, but it would certainly solve it. Can't use the Boolean gives warning? Why does it give a warning? What's the warning? For a Boolean? Why would it give a warning on that? Node result uses potentially thread unsafe call is ground slippery. Disable threaded update or use a thread safe call. Huh? Node result uses potentially thread unsafe call? The fucking Boolean. Did you put it in the place where I mentioned it, Rex? I wasn't getting shit for a warning. And I don't know about the camera clipping. I'll have to look into that, I think, at some different point. Or ask some industry friends who are more experienced with that. Did I actually make any changes here, apart from this? Reference parameter. No. Yeah, nothing changed here either. It's hallucinating changes. Added in mantling camera. Node result uses potentially thread unsafe call. This was in the animation blueprint, right? Let me see if I can recreate that. Because maybe you have to like actually hook it up to some sort of execution for it to appear. World contains invalid actor files. That's kind of weird. Well, we need to use that Boolean because it's just way more independent, and then I don't want any changes made to the character. So, no, we got to do it the... We got to do it the animation blueprint way. Ideally with the Boolean. Okay, so you were doing stuff here. The old blueprint. What do you mean old blueprint? Which function are we doing the check-in? And back one in the plastic version? There is no back one. Do you mean you went to the previous branch? Oh. What's up, bird? You were still pulling the slipperiness into here, right? I can do it slightly differently. You said this gave you an error. Where did you plug it into, Rex? Or were you just using it in like a branch or something? Place it in locomotion states. What are the locomotion states? A transition node. Look. The fuck's a transition node? In here? What is it explicitly called? Like the Michael Scott meme where he's like, okay, explain it like I'm 5. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. Explain it though like I'm 4. Third one on left. don't think you can place a... Place it in one of the arrows. It's only a warning. It's not an error. Peak game dev. Oh, it's not gonna... it doesn't error out, so... Basically, this doesn't exist. I mean, why can't we not just, like, push it to a separate boolean and then just hook this up on tick? Out of curiosity. I don't know. I've never seen that error before. That's weird. We work around it by doing things that it didn't anticipate, and therefore it doesn't give us warnings or errors. Therefore, there is no bug. Peak development. I don't know why I was throwing that error. Yeah, just anything to avoid changing the character. I can make the slipperiness actually a bit more accessible, but for right now, I guess that should work. Yeah, it should be fine. Don't ask me, I don't know why he's being a dick. Alright, I'm merging this to main. I'm happy with that. Day and a half to do our new camera. That could be a lot worse, couldn't it? I said we needed a document on that. I don't know if we do need a document on that. But for right now, we can mark it as done, and we know it needs more tweaks, but that is going to be done in polishing before our vertical slice build. I'd like to work on the custom time system. Very nice. No, I didn't upload any changes. I was just testing the bug to see if I could recreate it too. Just to double check if it wasn't like something wrong with intermediate or save files. But you can continue on with the one you're currently on, I would think. Because you're on this one for sure, right? Not on the new branch? Yeah, you can continue on with that. I can see if there would be an issue. Which change set is this? 96? Oh. I could see that. There's only an issue with the engine file, but that should be an easy merge. So we don't have any other real problems here. As long as you don't modify the ALS character or the BP ImSim character or the player controller. And I don't think you would need to. Yeah, you wouldn't need to. Okay, let's make a new branch. New branch for custom time system. Bit of a shame we can't hook up directly into UDS for this, because we will be deleting UDS. We don't need UDS. But we'll need Earth time and Kua Kua time. And it kind of depends on how many seconds do we want to equal an hour of Earth time, or do we want to keep it realistic? I think we mentioned for flares that we want roughly like 3 to 5 flares per Kua Kua hour. Or I think I mentioned that somewhere. Yeah, 3 to 5 per in-game Redlock day, which is 11.11 hours long. We'd have to gamify it a little bit. If we think about it this way, we have, let's say that 5 real seconds equal a minute of in-game time. This would mean that 300 or 5 minutes, is that correct? 5 minutes would equal 1 in-game hour? Is that wrong? $60 minutes an hour, 5 seconds would equal a minute, so yeah, 5 times 60. Five minutes per in-game hour. Earth hour. But then we would have to roughly half that for a Redlock day. 2.5 minutes per Redlock hour. If we won 3 to 5 per in-game day, that's too fast. Too fast. Isn't Skyrim like 12? It's like 12 seconds per in-game minute or something? Well, it's 1 minute counts as 20 minutes in-game. We'd have to think about it in terms of seconds, though. It's 20, 20, 20. Okay. 3 minutes equals an hour. I mean, how? Let's think of it this way. How often do we want a solar flare arriving? In terms of real world time. What's our design on that? Because then we could match it. I mean, less frequent would be more realistic for a old red dwarf star. In terms of in-game days. However, we would also have certain things in the facility turning on or off depending on the Earth time, because Redlock operates on Earth time, not Kua time, due to the fact that the planet is tidally locked with its host star. They find it easier to synchronize with Earth by operating at the same time scale as Earth. So if days are too fast, then we would have those transitions in the... with like lights turning on or off or switching temperature based on time of day be pretty messy. We wouldn't want that happening frequently. The game itself is also meant to be 6 to 10 hours in length, and I don't think that I think we should slow it down. I think it should be very, very slow. 1 minute equals 20 in-game minutes is not great. One real-world hour equaling 5 in-game Earth hours could be interesting. But I think it should be a little bit faster than that. I mean, seeing the transition from day to night with, let's say, minimum of 3 flares per Redlock day, which means 6 per Earth day. That's a lot of flares. Flares should be pretty dangerous, though. I mean, maybe like 2... minimum we want 2 Earth days to happen while the player is playing an average game. Minimum 2. So it should be pretty slow, but not so slow as to be real world time, which would be immersive, but not the most friendly for some of our gameplay elements. But you know what's weird is that, like, you're looking at the time on the wall, right? And you would see something like this with Redlock, Earth Sync time, Kua time, and then the upcoming spec events, and this would all be running on in seconds, right? So seeing it tick down in real world seconds actually just feels better. It makes sense, and it is more immersive. We know we're taking a creative liberty to make Batsu more active with flares than it really would be in real life. Maybe we just double down on that inconsistency with real world science and we just embrace real world time. It's kind of cool to do that. We could have a game mode where it syncs the facility time to your system time, which would be kind of fun. So like if you're playing at noon, which it is for me right now, then in game it would set it to noon as well. But if you're playing at night, then Redlock facility would be in its nighttime phase, and so you would have a lot of lights turned to warmer temperatures and dimmer, that it wouldn't negatively affect people's circadian rhythm. That could be kind of fun. Is there any negative outcome to using a realistic timescale? Is there anything negative here? I mean, we don't have a day-night cycle, right? So, well, we don't have a traditional day-night cycle. But I think it's nice to know, okay, I see a, magnitude 6 spec event coming up in 5 minutes and 23 seconds, and it's easier mentally to be like, okay, I can kind of mentally time about 5 minutes. And when I hear the announcement saying flare arriving ETA 47 seconds, we can just do that countdown. Duration of 12 seconds, you can just say, okay, 12, 11, 10, 9. Default mode is we tell it exactly which time to start on. And all of the spec events are predetermined, right? For consistency for speedrunner. Or actually, no, don't we have default be randomized flares? Yeah, randomized flares are on by default, but then you can play the game mode. You can either turn that off separately or play the speedrun, which turns that off. That sounds more fun to me. Fuck it, we just make Redlock time real time. Okay. Earth synced time is Earth sync time is real time with optional gameplay option to sync to system clock. Kua time is then calculated from the Earth synced time, and we can just use the existing in-engine time step for per second Or even set up like a manager that just ticks every second. Which I would imagine is... Well, we kind of already have that, don't we? We have the, we have game time, which already respects pausing and dilation. So we kind of already have that. I mean, that's just the number that appears in the upper left when you press play. And fall through the world. How the fuck am I falling through the world? Excuse me? Huh? What happened to my geometry? What broke?
Sadunicorn Kitty just subscribed. HYPLOVE1.
Oh my god. Thank you, San Unicorn Kitty. How you doing? Hold on, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna delete my intermediate and saved. Better safe than sorry. Hope I didn't break anything. Hope I didn't corrupt the world. That would suck. Where's my geometry? What the fuck's going on? What's this supposed to be? Well, it's supposed to be a level. Why is this dark? What? Are we okay? Real? It's okay, I'll just blame Rex for breaking it. Okay, all my geometry's okay here. I didn't even upload any changes to the level. I shouldn't be doing that. I don't think I did. No, just camera fixes. What's weird too is that it was working enough for me to do the... Let's just try reloading it. It's broken. happened? It's literally all broken. Okay, I deleted the line about the near clipping plane from the config file. See, I knew we shouldn't have fucked with the clipping planes. Those just sounded dumb from the very beginning. And here they are breaking my world. We're never touching clipping planes again. That's a Microraptor guarantee. Okay, so what I was trying to say was that we already have the in-game time scale which respects pausing and everything, and it's up here on the left. So all we need to do is just set a very specific existing time and then just add these two values on top of each other. And that should be very, very easy then just to display on some in-game board. Maybe with a nice material. I think Rex will like that. Making some sci-fi digital clock. That would be a lot of fun.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, he is very much into that. I can confirm. Wow, Iwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can make a very basic widget for this and display it in the world if we want, just for the sake of testing. And then, you know, actually replace it with a proper mesh and materials and whatnot. Alma confirms then denies that aliens are real. What do you guys think? Do you think we found some aliens? Some alien technology? And it was used to develop new military technologies? Need I remind you that just a few short months ago or something like that, we went into Venezuela. We blew up some people's heads with some technology, lost, had no casualties, and stole the president of a different country. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some weird technology, maybe it's just something super advanced. Maybe they went in and played rock, paper, scissors, I don't know. Yeah, we did it, C-Spawn. I was there. You think they're real? I think that there's a very high possibility that there's other life, and we probably just don't know about each other yet. Because if we're constrained by the laws of physics where we cannot travel faster than light and we can only see the light that is there, then I mean, if we can't detect anything, then something else probably can't detect us. I don't know. That's my thinking, at least. Yeah, we'll store the current game time in here. We can't tick in here, right? Yeah, the game instance can't tick. But we can do like starting Earth time, and then we can store the current game time. Or just calculate that from here. How many seconds are in a day? $86,400? Okay, we'll set the time to something like that then. You think the humans are most advanced of all life? That would be very sad, considering how dumb we are as a collective. That would not be the greatest thing in the world. As a collective, we still struggle to choose leaders that are honest and actually want the best for our species. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's if it's not a sham. That's if it's not a big sham, and it might be a sham. We don't show milliseconds at all, right? No. I'm wondering then if it's smart to just do like a component for now, and then we bake this into a subsystem. I'll just have to talk to Kotspur about it, but for now I'll just make a component. We'll just throw it on the player. You just watch us from afar for entertainment purposes? Could be. Could be. During physics. I'll set it to pre-physics. Yeah, we don't want to tip when paused. I assume that this does respect dilation, but I can check. Yeah. Yeah, that respects dilation. Good to know. Game time in seconds. Stops when paused, affected by slow-mo. Of course, we do have the delta. But I'll use this just so that it is the exact same call that we're using for the on-screen time. Although that wouldn't really work. But we'd have to get the starting time. And what's my thinking here is we run on every tick of that, we get the current game time and the starting Earth time. But then if we ever die and need to reload, then we need to get the elapsed time since prior reload. Since it would undo the player's progress, but right now it doesn't. So we definitely can't just use get game time. But we could say that there's like a last saved time. I'm going to move this to like its own function, of course, but I just want to get the actual functionality work in there. And kind of step through it. We could save that into last saved game time and then calculate the new time by determining if our current game time plus the starting Earth time would be greater than or equal to, and we just keep... We essentially just get the remainder of the division. What's the mathematical function called for just grabbing the remainder? What is that again? I always forget the name of that. Modulo? Thank you. That's what it is. Oh, there's a division, whole, and remainder. That's pretty cool. That might be useful. I didn't know that existed. Unreal does have some really nice mathematical nodes. It really, really does. It even rounds to the nearest to get you the whole integer. Pretty cool. Yeah, we'd have to add these two. Use those for the dividend. Last save time should be easy. We just get the current game time. And we set it to last save time, so we would have to have like a update Earth time. And that would happen with the save game. We'll do it above like that. We're not going to use the save time though, but eventually we would want to restore from that on death. So as long as we are updating that when certain checkpoints are hit. But of course we don't really need that right now. We really just need to grab the current time and to update it and then calculate the Redlock time from that, which should be relatively easy because it's 11 hours and 11 minutes. And then we could just store that as a float because we would have the maximum time for that. We know 86.4 is there, then we need to do 11 times 60 plus 11 times 60. Although I need the... We're looking at 4260. And that would be our clamp, and then we would circle around. Where did it pull from that? I just don't know. Well, we could still tick, but then I'll just use the... I'm just trying to think here. still do it that way. That would be fine. And then we can format that. Time seconds to string. I wonder what that looks like. And it's like 1 millisecond back, but that's okay. The same thing we do for the other one, for the timer on the screen. Which of course we could just chop those off if we want. Or we can just do our own format, but I think this would be fine. I don't think there's any other times. Yeah, we just do that, then we just chop. That would work. And that should take into account the starting time, which we can set to be damn near midnight. And I should circle around. Oh. Didn't format that into... hours. Oh, because it just says minutes, seconds. Oh, we could do, hold on, from seconds, and then we can return that. We could just build it from this. Days, hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. We can just skip we can just do hours, minutes, and seconds. That'll work. Yeah, that's better. Although I would like to display double zeros. Under all circumstances, but that is more of like a polish thing. That would be very easy to do from a polish standpoint. So for right now, I just want to get the numbers right. The numbers are correct. And then we don't care about days, at least for now, but we could always grab the days too if we just do the regular division and add in the... We use this for days for the return value. But then we could append... Redlock time. We could say calculated... You know, current game time is... Starting Earth time. We could just say calculated Earth time. And then calculated Redlock time. And then what we'll do is we'll plug in the float here for Earth time, and we can output the float for Redlock time. Make it a pure function. I doubt we need anything more there. Those are the raw seconds, so we really just need to run do two things: Redlock time, formatted time. That'll work. And for the time being, we can just print that calculation. This is 137. Oh yeah, because we're not translating it, we're just kind of only letting it go up to that point. But no, that's still the same. Wait, wouldn't that be correct? Because it would be 11 hours 11 minutes plus another 11 hours 11 minutes. So I think that would be correct. However, this only assumes, though, that there's no offset. Basically, the question is, do we want to start each of them at 0 at the same time, even though that's probably not true. But I guess it depends on when they consider the revolution around Batsu to actually begin. What are the terms again for where the planet is closest and furthest to the star? What are those terms? Axes of ellipse. What do we call that? Periapsis. Why does that sound familiar? I'm trying to remember my time playing Kerbal Space Program. The periapse, the peri. The apoapsis. Uh-huh. Yes. Periapsis and apoapsis. It's all coming back to me. All my time spent playing Kerbal. I mean, does it work the same with revolution around the star? I guess not really, because you would have this you would have two sides where that would occur. Good question. Good question. Like, how do we... Would we just synchronize the time for the sake of simplicity? I mean, it's damn near a perfect circle for the semi-major axis. And maybe Maybe exolith extraction would have just synchronized it for the sake of simplicity. Because they don't really need to know... Redlock time doesn't really matter, since they synchronize to an Earth clock. It's more important where it is, and when it is kind of irrelevant. So I could see them synchronizing to one of the axis points. I guess that's a pretty easy thing to change. Yeah, I mean, we could always change that later, but for right now, we could just say that they both 0 at the same time. But then at like 40 to 40, if we set the current time to that. That should be right near the end of a Redlock day, but only like halfway through a normal day. Yeah, and once it hits 11, 11, 11, we are at a new Redlock day. And that's where you'll start to see that desync. Oh, it's set it to... Oh, I forgot to add 11 seconds. Wait, no, it's 11 hours, 11 minutes, but not 11 seconds. Ugh. Reminded me of that James Cameron fixed the sky in Titanic after release because someone pointed out that it was wrong. I gotta appreciate that. I think I wrote down somewhere in my notes too how they would every like 2 years or no, it wasn't 2 years. They have to add in an extra day after a certain number of years, but I can't remember what it was. Maybe I didn't write that down yet in here. Yeah, I think those are my notes at home. Orbits its parent star once every 11 hours. Pick all creatures that could shelter in the item. Okay, I will pick all of the creatures. Here you go. I am human. Just says 11 hours. I don't think it defines that explicitly. The hell? I say there's actually a possibility that there's a second star. That would be interesting. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Existence of an atmosphere around such a strongly irradiated planet is questionable. You're gonna feel that in game, I can tell you that one. Yeah, how do we determine the orbital period here? And get the actual real world time for that. Gravitational constant mass. Oh boy. Earth is the central body. Mercury with 5.4, Venus 5.2, we get 1.41 hours. Body made of water. Pretty cool, you have to use the density and everything too with it. Some pretty cool math behind all this space stuff. I get the orbital period in Earth years. Okay, so it's calculated in relation to years. From another white paper I read, it was exactly 11 hours, 11 minutes. I don't know if there's any seconds that go into that, but that's a pretty easy fix because we can just add those seconds onto the division calculation that we use. Okay, so we have those two. I could push it down into a calculate Redlock. Hit player character. Oh, that's the game instance. And then we just shove that into calculated Earth time. Then similarly, we can just return that raw time in the formatted time along with it. So eventually we would push that into material. That looks pretty good. Calculate Earth time. We'll make that appear too. I mean, instead of setting that, we could always just use it and then set it separately. And we don't need any of this. Calculated Redlock time. Calculated Earth time. Yeah, we know that's working, so we don't even need to format that right now. Really, we just need to calculate, set, and then we can grab those individual times. And we could always do the formatting separately, because if we're just plugging this into a widget, I don't really want to do the calculation again. So maybe I'll break those up and we'll just do our format Earth time. Or let's do it easier. Let's do like our get and our updates. We'll just like get Earth time, get Redlock time. Delete that one for now. I'm like refactoring in the moments. That's why there's like just me deleting things and moving things, just trying to find the best way to get this all set up. Yeah, and here we'll delete the formatting. Then we can just have those, and those will update the variables here. That will separate everything properly. And then we can just run update time on this components tick. Update Earth and Redlock time. And then the get Earth time and just get the game instance. Calculated Earth time. Format time to string. And there we'll just pull in our seconds and return the string. And we'll put this all into a category called time. Raw time formatted. And honestly, we can just duplicate that and throw it in here for Redlock, but switch out calculated Earth time for calculated Redlock time. Raw time formatted. Okay, looks better. Feel a bit better about that split. And just for the sake of it, on a dispatcher we can say time updated, do a call. Mm. We can grab that component as well, just like we do here. BPC timescale. I think I'll store everything on there though instead of the game instance. And maybe we'll just keep it all updated there. So I'm going to do another refactor, but that's fine. It's so small I don't really need to plan ahead. Okay, get player timescale component. I'll probably move the calculates over to that component then. And our update. Current game time. I was smarter than this. I should have just had this in the component from the get-go. It was kind of dumb of me not to do that. Starting Earth time. We could make that instance editable. What is it complaining about? Target must have a connection. It is really not happy about those. Why do Doritos from Europe taste like they have half the flavor missing? The reason is due to the fact that in Europe you cannot use certain chemicals. And so anything that is like dyed red here in Europe is likely using paprika powder, which will inevitably make it taste different. I know stupid things like that instead of how to actually make money. Brand soda and chocolate? Could be similar. Could be similar. Not sure about those two. I only know about the paprika powder. Why is it bitching at me? Stop bitching at me. These are variables. Oop, not a local. What do you mean target? The static function will not be bound to instances. It's got like some metadata that it pulled from the paste. Okay, I'm just gonna remake them. I'm just gonna remake them. It is clearly having some weird metadata problem. My bad. Calculate Earth time. Variable. Starting Earth time. That's instance editable. And also Ligma. Calculate Redlock time. That shouldn't be a variable. That should be a function. I'm stupid. I need to rename this to current game time. Anybody see the newest episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms? Am I the only one watching that? It is good. If you're looking for something to watch, you don't have to be afraid. This is not Game of Thrones Season 8 or House of the Dragon, thankfully. Okay, then we can make a calculate Redlock time. It is good. It's based on a novella that takes about like 3 hours to read. So the show is about 3 hours long. We need to store, yeah, calculated Earth and calculated Redlock time. It is, it's very accurate to the book, and right now the last 2 episodes have a 9.7 and a 9.8 out of 10 on IMDb. Only 1 episode left. Yeah, 3-hour show. It's 6 episodes, and they're each about 25 minutes long. And that covers the first of the books that George Martin wrote. There are 2 more that he wrote. They're already filming the second one. And then he's given them outlines for a total of either 9 more or 12 more. I don't remember if it was a total of 12 or if it is 12 more. I think it is 9 more, so for a total of 12. Just please, God, adapt this correctly. Don't fuck it up. And we just get like one... I feel like this entire universe is cursed. Not only does George Martin not finish it, but none of the adaptations ever like can be complete and accurate to the source material. Completely cursed. Just return that. Then let's do the function for update Earth and Redlock. Yeah, but we already do the update. We mainly just need to grab the new game time in seconds, but that can be done on tick. Set that to current game. Calculate Earth, calculate Redlock. I wanted to watch a new show too. It wasn't really new. I think it's on season 2 called The Pit. I don't know if anybody's seen that. You can tell me if it's worth watching or not. But it looked pretty good. It had good ratings. It's been a while since I watched any medical drama, so looked pretty good to me. I'll still keep the global functions for get Earth time and get Redlock time. Probably. Format time to string we can also keep the same way. Get player timescale component. That'll be good for binding. Then again, if we try to get player timescale component and it's not valid, well, we have bigger problems if that's the case. Yeah, we can probably delete those. We'll probably want to expand upon this more as we say, like, okay, if they're Earth synced, then that means at certain times of the day, we should have triggers for events. So we could probably have either like a data table or something that we check every time we update to see if we should play a new facility-wide event, right? Like, let's say lights out is at 10 p.m. So at 22 hours every day, we run that event, and we can have a lot of things that are synced into that. So we might call all of the lights to dim or something at that time, all of the ones that are loaded. And since we're using Lumen, you know, we should have all of that update in real time. We could then sync up our solar flare system to that and dynamically create events that occur at certain times. We'll see about that one, though. We're not going to be implementing that until sometime in the future. That's first playable 3. Order 2. So we'll get to that eventually. Before too long. Everything has to be realistic. If you think it's worth investing time in it, you could fake it too if possible. We'll have to think about. I think it's worth investing time into only because it's immersive. But it should be pretty easy because whenever we spawn, or whenever, let's say, during runtime, we spawn in a light or something, one of like the ambient lights, then we can just hook into this and we can just bind an event to this component's call for, you know, time updating. So I don't think it'll be too bad, especially because they would all just be class-based. We might need to get a bit fancy with the updating though and make sure that we do it like asynchronously or do it in batches so that we don't have, I don't know, some massive number of materials that are updating at once. I mean, maybe that is efficient. I don't know. Because we could always hook it into a material parameter collection. The static meshes themselves would be instants. I don't know. We'll have to see. Easy to do, unsure about performance is really what it comes down to. But I guess however, it would be mostly on the CPU for the actual updating. We've already pretty much optimized this game heavily for the CPU because we don't have a whole lot running on the game thread. I guess it would be mainly like the GPU question of updating all that lighting information, but Mega Lights is supposed to streamline that process pretty heavily. So I don't know. The biggest question mark is performance for updating many lights at one time during runtime. But I don't think it'll be that bad. We could test it. What's the easiest way to test this? Begin play, get player, timescale component. Let's do a quick check here where I'll just quickly make a fake dispatcher for day past. And if calculated Earth time is, let's just say, equal to 0, we'll just fire a quick do once for day past. And we'll delete it after our test. Bind event to day past. Like, we either do this or we write to a material parameter collection. I don't know which one will be smarter. I was like, I could throw a whole bunch of timelines into here or set like a timer. But we'll start with this one. Custom event. Lerp. Let's add a point light. And we're going to start with daytime blue. I don't know why it's being so slow. It's kind of awkward. Lerp a linear color. A to B. And we'll just make this big chungus 4,000 attenuation radius. Way overboard. And then the default time, starting Earth time, will be 86, 3, 80, 390. We're not going to save any changes to the level here. I'm pretty sure I have Mega Lights enabled, don't I? Okay, what does this do? Is that autoplay? Oh, I'm really fucking dumb. Okay, now it'll do it properly after 10 seconds. This isn't an exhaustive test. Why didn't it trigger? Only grabbing the remain. I bet it's because of a... It's just float problems. Just do a calculation for less than or equal to 3. We'll be fine. It'll be a little less performant here than... It wasn't bad. I mean, if I didn't even notice any change here for CPU time. It kind of hovered around 2.5 the whole time anyway. And blueprints are a little bit more optimized in a shipping build than in development or editor. That's cool though. I mean, even just glancing past this, can you imagine playing and it's, you know, it's supposed to be daytime, right? So they have this blue light and it's kind of dystopian because they're just telling you, hey, we know that you can never look outside again while you live here, but oh, now it changes to nighttime coloring. Which should be easier on the eyes. not the greatest test, but I think it's cool. You know, it just means as you're playing, you get to feel like the facility is still alive, and I don't know. Hopefully it just immerses you into feeling like you're really in this facility, and it's not just a static level. Yeah, we do have the megalites cost on top of that. That is expensive. It's kind of ridiculously expensive. Not really any change while the transition is actually occurring. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, using the raw point lights is expensive. Very. Even with megalites supporting that. And they are noisy. We'll just tell the player not to move and it won't be so noisy. Mm. But the mood change is nice. The mood change is very nice. Hotspur showed me some time, or a scene some time back, where he had reduced the noise very heavily in an efficient way, so I'm just going to ask him to teach me and see what his ideas are. We know it's an issue though. We know we need to solve it, and we need to keep the performance cost as low as we can. And I'm thinking we need to rely on a combination of lights and emissiveness and clever post-processing settings. Because the emissiveness would honestly be way more performant than this. even though they are roughly, you know, they're also quite noisy. We've got our work cut out for us, that's for sure. Something really boosts up when I look in this direction. I wonder what it is. Do we think it's possibly the... What could it be? It's like we go from like 6.2 milliseconds for the GPU time up to like 8.2. That ain't small. I was thinking that it might be that our lights were expensive, but I think there was something else. Maybe UDS? I tried deleting it. What the fuck am I? Could be lighting costs of the windows too. Translucency is a absolute asshole. It's either that or it's all the emissive like things in the ventilation. Those are the only other lights. Might be. Might be. Getting so distracted by this, but I'm very curious. Not really. Like the Megalights budget is what's turning on. I wonder if Megalights is a relatively static cost anytime there is a point light being rendered. So I don't think Megalights impacts emissiveness at all. So my only thinking could be that there is that any point light getting added to that is enabling Megalights. Yeah, it's kind of what it looks like. Got nothing to do with the emissiveness. It was the point lights. Wow. I guess I learned something new today. Kind of reminds me of nanite, where nanite you pay that upfront cost. So if you're using nanite, you want to use it as much as you can. Megalight seems pretty similar, where you pay that upfront cost. There is still that also incurred cost from the deferred lighting too. Crazy. Take a shot every time I mention nanite? Shut the fuck up. Okay, can I undo all my changes here? I'll just reload it. Under the table in 1 minute. Oh my god, shut up. Oh my god, I said it once or twice, I don't know. You guys can Ligma. Weird, I see the separate lights cost here. Oh, Mega Lights is there. Yeah, look at that. It goes up from no scene cost to 1.3 with just a few lights turned on. Wow. Does that get counted twice though? Because the deferred lighting cost boosts up too. Is that actually accurately reporting lighting cost by not just causing 1.3 but rather costing 2.6? We gotta look into that. I don't know if that's accurate or if that is, that's pretty scary. Lighting sure will be a fun pass. Alright, we can delete that for now. Oh, give me a sec, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Here be. Doo-doo. I was looking at some bugs, and I think there might be some bugs fixed in 5.7.3. I didn't really read the patch notes super carefully. Line-shaped artifacts when lumen and or megalights are enabled. That's funny, I didn't notice any of those. Line-shaped artifacts? You guys see any lines anywhere? I just see noise. But apparently something's been fixed. We could update right now, actually, if we want. Look. Oh. A server I'm in lets some people, it lets anybody have access to at everyone. Classic, classic. Oh my god, it's 3.6 gigabytes? What the fuck? Going pretty fast. I have good internet. Do we yet know what 5.8 is going to contain? I don't know if we do. More bugs? Also, yes. Shader cook time optimizations. Ooh, you'll like that one, Rex. Some denoising. Yeah, their new terrain solution. I'm curious to see what that looks like. A lot of PCG additions. Some blueprint stuff. More UI improvements. Good. We'll be learning common UI at some point. Chaos stuff, character stuff. More motion matching work. Improvements to running videos too. That's pretty cool. Bunch of other trash too. I'll have to think about how much we want to delve into the... Well, at least it would be nice just to get this showing on like some in-game widgets. For now. Just so we can see it, we can feel it. I'm not going to hook it up to any of the lighting systems yet though, because we need to kind of investigate that. But since we mostly use emissiveness, we could probably just tie it to a material parameter collection. That will at least probably limit the cost for... Well, you know what? I don't know. I don't actually know, Rex. What do you think? Do you think do you know if a material parameter collection update is queried on tick or only when the underlying material parameter collection value has changed? Does anybody know this? I do not know this. We could always run it on an MVVM. At least there I know that it can be set to run an update every... I don't know. I don't know. I'm asking the right questions at the wrong time. What do we use here? Do we have anything calling back to the game instance right now? Yes, we do not need to be doing that. We need to be getting the component. Getting the Redlock time. Calculated Earth time. I mean, we could always put it on the dispatcher too. Or we hook into a time scale. You know what? It would be better to use an MVVM for this. I'm too smart for this. I know better than to hook it directly in. Let's not be dumb here. Like an idiot. Formatted Earth time. Formatted Redlock time as strings. We could set up the listener, but we would only want to do that for the component. How did we do it for the other MVVMs? Oh, I brought in the player actor because we needed that to resolve the... I remember now. Actor object reference player. We can then grab the player. And get player timescale component. Find event to time updated. Now I think I am going to change that dispatcher over to well, you know what? No, I won't. No, I won't. I was going to add the 2 floats in for the new time, but I'll just call those from the function library. And then we need to initialize this when the BPC is initialized. Let's grab that code from one of our other components. I did recently, there was an issue that we had where the MVVMs were not getting uninitialized. So I had to set that up. So we also have to copy that too. Oh fuck. Okay, we can just put that up again, boy. And this is the time scale. MVVM, context name, time scale. We don't need to do this. Let's create a matching event, uninitialized. MVVM. And we do that when the player is killed. Okay, setup, sinners, player. That looks better. I'm wondering if instead of like running this on tick, we just let the tick happen and we just set up a timer like we did for the effects. Maybe that's smarter. And that function is just update time. Control X, delete the tick, throw it in here. And do a simple return. We'll initialize the MVM, setting up the listeners. Set the time. Update timer in motion. Uninits the MVVM. Okay, and then MVVM time scale just needs to pull in the information on format time, and then these two are notifies. And we have Earth time doing the formatting. Nice. Let's go on, Fluffy Panda. Good to see me back in game dev. Well, enjoy it for another month, because then we are going to be doing Crimson Desert. Probably. Unknown. Unknown. Depends on how far we are through our tasks. And then we have nothing until Lego Batman, so. Still, there's a lot of game releases this year, though. But I need to be a little bit more subdued about what we stream, because we have some dates that we need to hit. We don't want these to be... No, we can make these pure functions. We can make them pure functions. But I need to resolve the world context. Which will be kind of annoying because I would need to get the player character as an input. Maybe I will then. You know what I'll do is on the component, I will set up the dispatcher to poop out those two floats. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, but then we would still need to format them. That's annoying. Maybe not then. How was Neo 3? What would I rate it? Super solid 9. I think it was an excellent entry in the series. And so far all the Neo games have been pretty damn good. There were some things that I think were better in 2. Some things that I think were better in 3. But overall, about as good. I mean, I could store it. It seems wrong to store a... Yeah, but... It seems wrong to do it that way, but it will work that way. Yeah, I recommend Neo 3. That was a lot of fun. And there's a lot of replayability in it with New Game Plus and all the new progression systems that open up with that. That was pretty cool to see. Okay, that's pretty streamlined. I'm happy with that. We should have the initialization and the uninitialization working correctly. Now we just need to kind of hook it up into a very simple widget. Let's wrap that with a size box. We could probably replace with child. Let's draw desired. Get it showing first. Topmost border padding of 2. Content, not content color, brush color black. Innermost we'll make dark. Slot 2 innermost padding of, let's say, 10. And we will go with a, for now, horizontal box, vertical box, text, duplicate, fill, earth time, redlock time, Center justify, center, center, center. Oop. Let's show 500. And 100 is it? And I'll just keep those white for the moment. Okay, view model, let's add in time scale. Make sure that we global view model collection, identifier time scale, update, file save, text, view bindings, widget, text, set text equal to MVVM to text string in string formatted earth time, and then do the same thing here, text widget, set text. I'm getting better at this. And link this to formatted Redlock time. And what we'll do with that, make a quick blueprint called facility clock, BP facility clock, add in a widget, oh, there it is. World space, real time, widget class, clock, draw it desired size, plain tick enabled, I forgot the reason that widgets can look so low resolution. Doesn't matter right now though, we're gonna replace this with materials anyway, so I'm just gonna let that exist. I do need to use a different material though. What's the default material? We had to do this for Cauldron Chronicles, but I forget what we had to do for it. Didn't I copy this somewhere? Yes. We'll throw this in the testing folder for now. don't see them. Where did I put them? What happened? Where did they go? Oh, they didn't appear. Well, that's interesting. They didn't copy. Now they copied. I have no clue what we did. I mean, I could try to find the day where I fixed the nameplates of Cauldron Chronicles enemies and see what I did. Oh, it's such a crapshoot, though. I have no idea which day it was. There's a day that I'm fucking around with the skeletons here. I don't know what I'm doing though. You guys remember Spoon? Good old Spoon. I miss Spoon. Oh yeah, we didn't remember the floating snail. We don't have the name tags yet. Oh, you're working on the dungeon. Holy shit. Okay, I see the name tags here. Yeah, and they look fixed. Go back 2 days. I think we had fixed them before we were working in the dungeon. I can't see them anywhere. Maybe this was the day. Oh wait, no, I can see them on the character. Oh yeah, look, here it is. Here. I found it. Rex was in chat this day, and he doesn't remember. Yeah, because I didn't want to make them screen space. I wanted to make them world space. What did I do? Let's listen to me in the past. What was I saying? Probably nothing of value to anybody. Oh, hold on, it's muted. The only issue is like the distance, because the screen space widget will remain the same size. True. No matter your distance to it. The further you are away, you know, it looks kind of awkward because it's sitting. Oh no, we did it here, because then it gets dark here. It's just that it's just because you can see it from so far away. What did I do with that? Well, we don't want it looking like that. We do want it to being affected by lighting. Material, maybe? Oh, it's got the right material. Eye adaptation. I wasn't doing shit with eye adaptation. Unhooking the alpha based on two-sided sign and dividing the... Unhooking the alpha base on two-sided sign. Oh. Oh. Surface translucent unlit. That was on the 3D pass-through custom. Okay, I see now. We found it. Okay, we unhook this. We do eye adaptation, a divide, with this plugged into the B. A plugs into this molt. That goes into emissiveness. And opacity is the same. Oh, where is it? Masked one-sided. Well, they're both using these. Wait. No. Opaque one-sided, delete that. Masked one-sided. We're gonna switch this to masked custom lit. One-sided custom lit. This is just temporary. Oh, this is opaque. I don't think we need the opaque one. What? Why is masked one-sided? Parented to opaque. That's weird. Okay, and then set this to... masked one-sided to... There we go. Okay, now that should look a little bit more expected in the world. Guys, and you're fishing. Why ain't that updating? The fuck did I forget to cook up? Where will this shit be? Facility clock, Redlock clock. Clock has been cocked. Bind event to undestroyed. Set up listeners. That's the wrong thing. We don't want that. Close that. Supposed to click fix that and restart engine? Yes. If you update it to 5 point to any new version, you have to just press that button and then just restart quickly. Bind event to time updated format time. Let's see if it's actually running. Yes. I see it here. What was the... Timescale. Player effects. It was the wrong context class. Aha! Now we have facility time. Just need some more zeros in between, but that's easy to do. Not to worry on that one. Very basic. Very basic clock. You can fix the zeros. Zeros are kind of annoying, aren't they? Deserve an almond. I've already had enough almonds today. I don't want to be unhealthy. Instead, I'm gonna have a sip of my Jägermeister that has been sitting here for probably over a year in very warm temperatures. Oh, I can't even open. I'm not gonna have it anyway. Hey, Cusper, what's going on? What is time scale? That is the amount of time in game that passes for real time. However, I've actually made it completely equal to real time. which might be silly. At least for right now. You're gonna DM me later about the time scale? Oh no. What did I make a mistake on? Oh, no judge. I could reformat the raw time. Or just fix the formatting in the functions. That'll be the smarter option. Won't it? Actually, I could just get the... I could just get the length. And then do a select. Or we just do a quick check if it is... equal to 1. Then we'll do a select here. Okay, if equal to 1 is true, then we need to append a 0 to the front of the actual number. I don't know why I had those all hooked up to the same one. Kind of weird. And you know what? We'll make it go above for the sake of readability. Unfortunately, we have a lot of ugly thick nodes. Although if it's false, we need to just plug in the... Okay, this is gonna look really ugly. Get space so we can prepare our buttholes for it. That'll work. That should resolve our problem, hopefully. That's better. Good to me. What we'll do is we'll make sure not to we'll make sure that if there are events that play, or like the the lighting update that plays at a certain time of the facility, right? Like lights out, morning hours, and it slightly gradually changes or something like that, then we're not going to make anything gameplay based on that. Especially because it is an emergency in the facility. And it's possible that if a player sets it to the right time, based on their system time, that they would never experience those lighting changes, which I think is okay. It's more meant to be like flavor than anything. But then the spec events will be completely separated from the time that it starts at, and more just related to certain design times per Redlock hour. That'll work for me. It's pretty good. I like how it looks. Do we need to do anything with that right now? We could just place them around the facility, actually. I don't know in what positions we want those. But assumedly we would want those in areas that would make sense. And maybe the simplest for right now is just like above the restoration stations. That'll work. Section 2. Definitely put one here. And we'll probably put one in the facility back here. Because it makes sense to exist in facility areas. I guess I could put it here. Like a tiny little wall or something. Or just throw it up on the side of this for the moment. We know we want it here, we don't know where yet. Just throw it up. Good for me. Technically, there shouldn't be one in the first section. So we won't put one there. Plus paperwork for getting companies exhausting. Can't wait to have one thing wrong and then I get a knock knock. It is really annoying. It really is. Taxes too. I don't know where you live, but taxes are annoying as well. You don't like that sound? It's very triggering. I will add more triggering sound effects. Don't worry. Just for you. When canonically do we want to say that the incident happened? I'm thinking sometime in the afternoon. Earth time. Like maybe something like I don't know, 3:12. $43,200. 3:12. Could it be night or day for several days? No. The Redlock revolves around, I'm sorry, Kua Kua revolves around Batsu every 11 hours and 11 minutes, but because it is tidally locked with its host star, Exolith Extraction has synchronized time to Earth time to make living there easier. And then they have a whole bunch of methodologies for trying to manage people's circadian rhythm because it's an underground facility, so you can't see out and there's nothing really to synchronize somebody's circadian rhythm to the light. That's a Drake song? Is it? Okay. Interesting. $54,720. And then that should put us at 15:12 for Earth time. Perfect. which is 4 a.m. Redlock time. That's fun. Are these game songs not copyrighted? They are copyrighted. They are copyrighted. And if the copyright holders wanted to do a takedown notice, they could. Or do a strike. They could do that too. This is true. You always run the risk. Okay, I'm happy with that. I feel like there's one thing I was missing. Documentation. Documentation on... What the fuck was I gonna write up? Difficulty option. That's what it was. Right. Optional gameplay to sync to system clock. Because the only reason we started at a specific time is to canonically set a time in which the incident occurred, and to kind of have some fun with gameplay, because if it's in the evening, we can synchronize some system announcements, but all we really need is to make the system to work off of the synchronized Earth time, and then just let it do its job. So we shouldn't have any trouble giving an option to players to have their own synchronized time. Yeah, most game developers don't seem to care if you play their music. Some will do copyright claims instead of strikes. So if you were to monetize your YouTube video where you use their music, they would just take money from it. I don't monetize, so they can't get any money from me anyway. I haven't really seen any game developers do strikes. That is a much harsher action to do. Most just do claims because they don't generate negative press that way and they get money from it. Nintendo, you would think Nintendo would care, but I play Wii songs, they don't give a shit. So I don't know what it is. They don't seem to care about you using Wii songs, no matter how popular they are. They've done it in the past. Don't do it to me. They don't do it to me. Synchronizes the in-game clock to your system clock at the time of creating the save. If set to on, this setting will not remain updated should the player die, reload a save, change the system time manually, or reload the game. This is only queried at the time of creation. They've done it even just for streaming their games? I haven't seen that. I have not seen that. Okay, and then set that to red. Dark side wouldn't either. Would dark side have any effect on this? I mean, you're stuck in emergency power, right? Well, we'll have to come back to that. We'll have to come back to that one, because I don't know if that one is relevant, actually. Speedrunning, of course, will not have that on. That needs to be deterministic. I don't think any of these will have it on by default. Okay, that looks good. We have a lot of gameplay options. A lot of gameplay options. Okay, looks good to me. Do I want to mess with the clock any further today? I'm unsure. We have the basic part of it determined. I could run the setup. No, it's not important. Just let it tick. But yeah, it's definitely not good yet because we need to set up a system for reloading if we die. But that'll be dependent on actually setting up real checkpoints and now what we have. Dude, I'm so happy we fixed that animation problem, though. Like, apart from it clipping into walls sometimes, which is honestly not that bad. It just feels way better. Still needs tweaking, but is way better. Oops. I was not aiming at that. I could take a look into fixing the hand placement, because I have a feeling I know why that's an issue. But I would need to modify the mantling code just a tad. And it would be nice if we could have like hand IK. Rex, are you still watching? I have a question for you. Okay, so I will show you right here. So you see how the hands are, like, it's playing like a montage and it's just placing the hands flat? Would it be possible to, in this moment, give like the hands IK and have them align to the surface normals? But only like during this montage? I mean, it definitely should be. I would definitely think it should be. If we can disable IK at certain moments, then I feel like, while any mantling montage is playing, we just move the hands into position. Or we just query it once and we move the hands separately. I don't know, there's definitely got to be a way. Oh shit. Like possible, it's not like I'm gonna top animate. No, it's also just not important to do at this phase of development at all. It's one of those things where it's like, will people care that a game made by a very small team has a couple of animation problems? No, they're not. As long as the gameplay is consistent, this is one of those cosmetic issues. The camera's I don't know, it just... We'll have to tweak the camera. It's gonna take some getting used to. It's better now. I guess it would be possible to just copy stuff from FootIK and add them to hand or something. Maybe. Maybe. Need more data protection laws? I really like what the EU does for data protection. And I wish that US lawmakers cared enough to, or weren't corrupt enough to, not give a shit. Yeah, camera feels way better now. You know, before I would say it was far from perfect. I'd say we're getting closer to perfect. We're past the 50% threshold. It is more good than it is bad. Two things I need to fix in character BP. What things? Nothing broken in my character. Okay, there was today, but I did fix those. Fix landing on ice velocity and animation. Need to change or move footsteps while sliding. I don't know what the velocity issue is. There's something weird with the IK and how it handles that. If you have a pet imp that messes with you, farts to push you in a direction. Oh shit. Gotta be careful. Oh, remove the footstep while sliding. Yeah. I'll take a look at how it feels. I just forgot to jump as well. I completely forgot. I was just staring right at the platform that I needed to hop to, and I just did not do it. Jesus Christ. How you doing, Scotty? To jump or not to jump? Please jump. Please, this is a game about jumping. Please jump. If you do not press the spacebar, you will die. You'll probably get AIDS too if you don't do it. Just like then. I now have AIDS. But I don't got that Magic Johnson money to fix it, so... Let's worry about the hand IK though in a separate branch, Rex. Like if you want to take a stab at it, make a separate branch off of main. Off of main, not the beautiful corner, but the main. What happened to AIDS? My hope is that people who had it aren't banging. Hopefully that's what happened with AIDS. Or at least aren't having kids, I should say. But also, well, no, also not banging. At least not banging people who don't have it. Why did my character not grab that? Well, that was weird. Maybe I was just too low for it. That was awkward. I was thinking about AIDS. I just couldn't focus. Okay, hold on. There was one thing I needed to do, though. Although I've already forgotten what it was. Shit. I could make a new build, though. I could do that. I feel like it was something with mantling. Christ, dude, my memory is horrible. Was this something we were talking about? Don't know. Fuck my memory. I just can't remember what I was trying to do. Let me take a look. Let me see if I can viscerally remember it. Oh yeah, okay, I know what it was. There is a small hand placement issue. I think. Or maybe it's okay. Maybe we fix that issue with fixing the other one. The hands do look better. Never mind. You remember how it used to float above the surface? I think that's only because of... It was because of the other issue, and fixing the cause of that seems to have fixed the cause of everything. The only real thing left on it is the polish with hand IK. Yeah, you used to be able to climb up there. I'm glad you can't anymore. Gotta be careful about this. The new camera takes some getting used to. But at least we have it set up in the right points that I think adjusting the transitions will be easier to manage. I managed to fix the cam problem while in vents. Yes. That was kind of fixed before. We just switched to first person. But as a whole, the cameras have been improved. And we got rid of the snappy issue that was occurring. I found the source of that. Actually, I've done a whole lot of improvements to it lately. Both the mantling and our camera system. This is our in-vent camera. You can tell me how that looks. Yeah, the clipping is mostly fixed. I did design this vent around the old issues, so they could be designed in a bit better way now. But I'll tell you what, first person is just so much nicer than third person. I've never worked on a third person game before, and wow, do I vastly prefer working first person. They both have their own issues, though, to be fair. First person has a lot of issues with perspective and scale. And you need very weird animations that are specific to the perspective of first person camera. Whereas third person, you can just be like, make it realistically look like you would be swinging a sword. Done. Alright, I'm going for it. Oh shit, I missed. Oh, that one is tough. And the speedrunners are gonna hate that one. Especially because you can't hesitate, otherwise somebody will be faster than you, right? You just kind of gotta go for it. But it's a pretty fast one to get back to, so I think that they will enjoy getting good at it without too much of a worry about massive loss of time in between attempts. I'm gonna make everything a competition. This is true. I think some of the vertical damping could be improved. But worst case, if I have the camera set up, I can always just hire a 3Cs designer for a day or two. That's cheap to do. How to fix the clipping? Which clipping? Oh, look at that. I did it. That's a tough one. Big time skip though, if you can do that. But hey, time skips only matter if you can do all the time skips without failure. That's a big skill gap. You can do 1 in a row, 2 in a row, 3 maybe. Fail the 4th one and you're slower than somebody in the world. I can see the appeal of these types of games because of just how many different time skips there are like that. The camera clipping? No, we didn't fix the camera clipping. You know who else didn't fix the camera clipping? Neo 3 has the camera clipping. You know what they did? They just didn't give a fuck. But yeah, we will fix that at some point. I don't know what I'm doing to fix it, so I just gotta look into it. I think we could lower the vertical damping on that. Or maybe it doesn't have that problem anymore, because didn't we add the damping because the animation wasn't smoothed? Yeah, but it still won't be smooth. It'll still be a bit jerky. I don't know, it feels a little bit better like this. It's just, you know, it's something I need feedback on. I'm just gonna, I'll put it that way. I have my own feelings about it, but we need feedback on it. No, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good. Shit. It does feel different though. I can say that with certainty. Okay. Let's get this pushed. Cube and floor. VR editor. Fuck off. I don't know when those changed. Okay, the engine innie. Redlock stuff, facility clock, pass through MVVM, clock asset. Yeah, it should be good. Did you make another branch not off of main, Rex? Yeah, but I mentioned make another one but off of main. So you're not still in the beautiful corner but doing non-beautiful corner work. Like make it look like this. Because otherwise it's an absolute nightmare of merging and managing. No, but even then it's so that we can have very explicit. Otherwise it's like, okay, are we doing the beautiful corner? Oh no, we're not. We're trying to fix locomotion. But also we're not fixing locomotion. We're now fixing hand IK. That's not part of locomotion, but also not part of the beautiful corner. And also technically not part of the level 6 blockout. So does that make sense? Well, I'm merging from main into the beautiful corner. That's the thing. Is that none of this has to do with the beautiful corner. but it is treated as part of the beautiful corner. Because without the beautiful corner, none of this could exist. So what we should be doing is a separate branch for locomotion, and then merge that from locomotion branch into this. That's the problem. Is that all of this is dependent on the beautiful corner changes. Which doesn't make sense because they don't have anything to do with the beautiful corner. Not really. What you should do is off of main is create a new branch from main. Since that's our most up-to-date core code. And then we can pull from main into the beautiful corner to make sure that the beautiful corner has all the updated changes. That's why when I do like the custom time stuff, I just make a new one. Because it doesn't have anything to do with anything else. I need to make a new build too. Forgot about that. I guess the good mental methodology is just like ask, does the new thing that I'm working on have anything to do with the branch that I'm currently on? And if not, better to make a separate branch. Alright, let's see if it builds. It should build. Although I'm not going to push any new binaries, probably. I could push new binaries. We'll see if they get made. They probably will, though. Just like, it's 300 megabytes, and it's like, do I really want to push that just because I made a new build? Oh, thank God we don't have a lot of complex art, though. Once we do, those builds are going to start taking hours. At least for now, they're nice and cheap and easy. But we can't afford a separate build machine or anything, so we just gotta kind of keep it trim and lean. It's halfway done. All right, I will manage the branches. I will manage the branch. Are we going to be working on the time stuff tomorrow? It did make new binaries. Okay, I won't upload those. We could set up the event system for that tomorrow. I need to think about how I'm going to structure that. I'll still push my changes from today to main, but I'll stay on this branch. Because we didn't break anything, there's nothing in progress, it's just we need to add more functionality, but currently the functionality is stable. Let's merge this to the beautiful corner, which probably should be its own branch, not part of the lockout at this point. Okay, we'll do that. Locomotion, we don't want to push there yet. I'll just try to reset the branches here. Okay, there is a mantling hand IK branch that you can use, Rex, for looking into that. And then we'll stay back on this one right now. And then can we confirm that change set 97, this orphaned one here, this is no longer needed? Just double check. Yeah, we'll see how the locomotion is, and if this is good, we can merge this down to... We'll merge this into Beautiful Corner. Beautiful Corner remains separate right now while we deal with the new meshes. Or we can cherry pick from here into main if we like them and leave everything else for the moment. We'll see though. I don't want to worry about cherry picking right now. Be good. Okay, well the new build's available if anybody wants to try that out. And in the meantime, I think we will call it there for today. We will continue with this tomorrow because we are making some good progress, and I would like to at least get the basis set up for first playable 3 so that when we are ready to jump into that, we kind of have a bit of a leg up. We just need proper dispatchers on each of these individual, days, hours, minutes, dispatchers. We have Kua Kua and Earth Time, and then we'll write up some technical documentation on those and probably flesh out the lore regarding the in-game time and clocks too. So we could do that over the next 2 days. I am off on Friday. No stream. I will be out of town. And then next week... Next week we'll see. We might start on Common UI and Menu System Pro. Or do the exosuit ability and save the menu stuff for March, of which we have a good solid 3 weeks to resolve just primarily that and Steam input. And maybe some proper shortcut code, but I'm not so sure about that right now. And then that'll be everything from me for first playable 1 and 2. Beautiful corner work is still going on. We need to start with the rock cavern walls and lava for level 6. But we're just going to start with meshing the first room and then the star setup. But Rex might still be working on meshes at that point, so if we need to jump into that, we can, and then leave the finer details to him. But then we will be good to jump into first playable 2. Or 3, sorry, first playable 3 milestone. Which is, I think, the only milestone we have for the entirety of quarter 2. But there's a lot of important stuff there. Awful lot of important stuff. And we'll have a lot more meshing to do in that milestone too. Am I planning to do save load functionality? In what way? We have initial documentation written up about when we want to save, when we want to load, and what we want to save. Took 3 naps during this stream. It's kind of a boring stream, to be honest, today, but we did resolve a lot of good issues today. It was a very productive stream, if a boring one. The good news is this game is kind of so simple from a design standpoint that I have enough time, barely, to write up proper documentation, at least high level, while also working on the game. That's the good news. We did not have the time to do that with Cauldron Chronicles, I can tell you that. That game was very much entirely intuition, not always to its positive outcomes. Here we can be a bit more structured. Get those little elves down when you make my game. If you're curious how we're going to specifically set up saving and loading, you will see in quarter 2. Chugging along quite on schedule. Yeah, we are honestly the production of Redlock so far. Knock on wood, don't jinx it. The production of Redlock is going faster than expected. It's a little bit faster than expected, if not exactly as expected. Yeah, we are on time. That's actually a really good thing. Game production is one hell of a nasty beast. But we're doing pretty well. For first playable 3, the only biggest questions that we have for first playable 2 and 1 are the input and common UI, but we literally have 3 weeks to solve that. Of just sitting on stream, figuring it out, learning it, writing up any documentation we need. It's going pretty well. For quarter 2, because I certainly, I don't think I'm going to go to Digital Dragons, I can tell you that right now. We really have pretty much a whole 3 months uninterrupted to just go ham. But I don't know anything after quarter 2 right now. So anything after first playable 3 for Vertical Slice, I don't know what we're going to do yet. We need to reevaluate the game at the end of first playable 3 and see, do we need another milestone to fix anything up? Do we need to do a first playable 4? And if not, how do we want to plan out the Vertical Slice? So we'll reevaluate it again and get anything that we are missing on there. And see, can we finish this in quarter 3 and quarter 4? Or do we need to push it to quarter 1 and then have a release in quarter 2, 2027? But that's a little bit too far out for me to make a determination yet. But I can definitely say for right now, first playable 3 is honestly not too bad. We have checkpoint-based saving and loading, which is very, very easy compared to on the fly. Interaction is pretty much done. Death conditions isn't too tough. Meta sounds I know nothing about, so we'll have to learn that system from scratch. And I'll put in a couple of audio logs, but we have interactables. We probably do need to have some of the menu options put up too. Light detection I think will be pretty easy, but I'm not sure yet. Solar radiation and flares. If we set up our clock correctly this week, this shouldn't be too much work. Exosuit upgrade is easy. On-screen timer we kind of have. Video planes we can have working within 20 to 30 minutes. And then we just do more meshing. I think you're overscoping it now, or you have just right enough stuff going on. I think that most of the game's scope is really in the finer details of polishing and finishing. And from the gameplay perspective, the game is really simple. It's just there's a wide gap between our game from the gameplay standpoint and our game from a quality that should feel higher than the average indie quality. That's a massive gap. It's like, can I play a sound when you click on an object? Yes, but I don't want that. I want a filter on it. I want additional features to be able to pause it or play it, to have gameplay options for auto. You know, it's like all these little tweaks to a system to make it feel higher quality than just your average click on thing and it plays audio and then it ends when it ends. Yeah, it's just the quality. And then the performance too. So I think that the game's scope from a gameplay perspective is exactly what we need it to be, which is very simple. But because I don't have a lot of time to focus on all of that, and I need to focus more on getting it to a higher level of quality and a standard that, you know, we can carry on into the future, that's going to be the tough part for such a small team. But I you know, for what it was, I do think not Cauldron Chronicles, Coin Pusher Reloaded was very high quality in terms of its polish, for how long it took us to make it, and for being such a small team. I'd like to improve upon that. Take what we learned from this, improve upon it, but then still reach that same level of polished feel. Where we have, you know, this localized game, we have good looking visuals. It's playable with mouse and keyboard and controller. We don't want to be the average indie game, put it that way. We want to be far above average. But that's going to be that's the end goal, and then the delta is how far we can get there. You have a new playtest client to play some more? Let's see how much fun I can get from Redlock, even at the stage it's currently at, which you have mapped out a decent amount of playable levels. Yeah, we do need to get up on Steam at some point too, and Steam integration is going to come with our Steam input. So that's going to have the basics of our Steam support. And I think sometime soon I'm going to make I'll make a product on Steamworks for it, so I can start giving out keys for easier testing. Once we get some of the meshes made and materials thrown on, we can start taking some screenshots. We'll see. See Friend Slap Masterpiece? It's single player. It's completely free. No microtransactions, no AI. It has its own awesome soundtrack too. And achievements. Get achievements too while you're doing it. Steam sales cut is like 30? Yeah, it's 30%. We're probably going to launch the game at $15 in early access. Not sure yet. Depends on how much content we have. If it's only level 6, so those 3 rooms, we might do 10. If we can get done with level 6 and level 5 before we go to early access, we'll do 15. Because at that point, the average, game time is going to be probably 5 hours. And then we can just scale that up as we go. 5 hours might even be too small. Some people were taking 5 hours just to beat level 6. So we'll see what it is for level 5. Level 5 is going to be a pretty nasty level. Liquid oxygen. And a lot of platforming on cargo containers. Yeah, it's just, it's like $15, but it's going to be high quality. It's going to feel good. Or it should feel good. We want to make sure that we are delivering that same quality with each update. We'll see. I don't know. It's just like, what would I pay for it? And, if I was buying it early access, fine. It's like, I know that I'm paying for an unfinished product, but also I'm paying to support the developers. So for me, it's like, you tell me there's like 5 hours of gameplay right now, but it's high quality. I'll be like, okay, I could drop 10, 15 bucks. Yeah. We'll see. 15 bucks for players who want platformers is not a lot. The thing is, players who don't really want platformers, will they pay 15 to buy it? Probably wait for sale. Yeah, or just wait for more content is really what it comes down to, right? Or wait for the full game. It's like people who want to replay platforming, like a precision platformer level over and over again. Yeah, I think they'll enjoy it because they get replayability out of replaying it, right? That is the part of the fun, is getting better at it, posting better times, finding shortcuts. Yeah, it's got high replayability, and it will have even more as we develop the game modes. So like Dark Side, completely different feel to it, and any other special game modes we do. And then we have a whole bunch of gameplay options too. So I agree with what you're saying, Bane Trapper. I think that people who are looking for this and who like the replayability aspect will be like, oh yeah, this is no problem. People who probably will only play it once, maybe twice, they'll probably wait for another couple updates, which is fine. And you know, honestly, the good part is, I think we'll get a good mix of people who are like really into speedrunning and people who are more casual. That's kind of the goal, so that we have both of their feedback points to pull from. We'll see though. We'll need to do a full like early access plan, which you know I have a document up here for when we're ready to actually start planning that out. I think 10 is too low with all these features and quality. We'll see what. First, let's make the quality, and then we can determine if it's worth that $15 price point. But if I wouldn't pay for it at the price point, we're not going to launch it at that price point. Price too low, you get players who aren't really looking for platformers and most likely leave a negative review. You price too low, I could see that. Then again, there's not much else I can do. I'm not going to price it higher just to try and play some mind games with a small subset of people. The best we can do is very clearly describe what game we have and who it's meant for, and to just openly share and be transparent about what we're making. I'm not going to try to play mind games with people. Really what it comes down to is, would I pay the price point for this game? And I think that if we deliver the quality that I'm wanting to deliver with only level 6 available, I probably wouldn't pay more than $10 at the moment. If we can do level 6 and level 5, $15. But we can always, if we wanted to release it with level 6 and then say, okay, with level 5, hey, everybody be aware, level 5 is coming out at this time of the year, and we are going to be raising the price from $10 to $15. Make your choice. You know, we can do something like that too. How's it going, Denik? Price discussions? Yes. But it's so early that there's nothing set in stone. There's a cool site to check. Gammalytic. They need a dark mode. Holy shit. Okay, I can force dark mode on it. Neo 3. Pretty good revenue for that. Honestly, I don't want to go over the $30 price point. Personally. No, I don't think this is fake. It's just using the analytics from Steam to make a estimation. It's not perfect. It's just pulling the same numbers that you would find on like SteamDB. Just using these. Doing its estimations. They're both useful though. And this one does have a few more pieces of information. 48.7% Chinese players, that's crazy. $8 is like $5 and $5 is nothing. I did see that post. $30 is max, but $30 would be the end goal for when we release out of early access. So that would be like the full release game, $30. If you want to buy it before early access, before full release, we have those early access pricing, and we just scale up as we release new content. So I would probably like to scale up from ideally 15 up to 30 throughout the development, with any like massive updates. Yeah, 30, I don't know. 30 is a good price. It's cheap enough that you don't feel like you're spending a whole lot to buy the game. Half the price of a $60 game. Feels like a good price tag for like a high quality indie game if we could reach that quality. It depends too on like, do we have to outsource anything? Do I have to pay for voice actors? You know, It just depends, like, how much money do we make during early access? I do want a lot of voice actors. Airbux is over the spontaneous purchase area. That's fine with me. I don't think you should be spontaneously purchasing my game anyway. If you're just like haphazardly spending money on my game and then leaving a negative review just because it wasn't what you liked but it was cheap enough to try it out. Nah. Please pirate my game if you want to try it out, but we will have a demo. So you can play the demo. But if you want to, if you don't know if you like it anyway, just pirate it. I don't give a fuck. Our demo will probably be level 6 though. So for most players, they'll have like a 3 to 4 hour demo that they can play. Eugenics is good. I gotta play more Eugenics. Edmund did a great job with that. It's been crazy to wait so long since Binding of Isaac. The wait is over. Alright, small reminder. I am off on Friday. But tomorrow and Thursday we will continue with the clock and any other smaller thing. And if we can get that done ahead of time, then we can start to finish up some of the smaller tasks before jumping into our much larger common UI, menu system, and Steam input, of which I am not looking forward to, but we have to do it, so wonderful. Yeah, not looking forward to it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. Talking to the right guy. Do you have experience? If you have experience with common UI, seriously, if you ever show up during that, I will be very happy. Steam input scares me. A quick question, Dedic Dev, because maybe you can alleviate some of my problems. Steam input seems like it is completely bypassing enhanced input, and I have no fucking clue how you connect Steam input with enhanced input. I have no clue. Is there anything you can recommend for us to like take a look at, like a plugin or some specific document about it? Because the only UE5 Steam input integration that we saw seems like it bypasses enhanced input and creates these digital action hand. I have no clue. Well, I do want native support for Steam input. I want that. And we want to propagate that work throughout all of our games, essentially. I absolutely want that. To me, that is very very key. But I don't know if this was the best resource or if there was some better resource to use for it than this article. Purchase finds that Steam purchase maps your controller to a default Xbox-like controller that Unreal can handle totally fine. Yeah. It is nice, and I mean, it would give us native certification too for Steam Deck, which I think would be really important to us. Use the raw input. I did see the raw input plugin, which was quite cool. But I like that, you know, some people, I don't know how many people use it, but I like that people can remap and share controller mappings. I don't know if I have a game that has it natively supported. But Borderlands 4 probably. But I don't know where you see it. Use Steam input. My question with that is, how the hell do you make it work with enhanced input? Because, you know, enhanced input, I need to be able to check, is a button being held down, blah, 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 on triggered, on started, on ended, but with digital input handlings, it seems like I can't make use of those. I would have to write, it just work. Did you guys follow this guide, or did you do something else with it? Because maybe this is just some weird thing you had to do. Never saw the guide. Okay. Yeah, because like you said, it just maps your controller to an Xbox One, so it should just read gamepad inputs, right? And this is like some scary, I don't know what the fuck this is. Okay. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, then that's absolutely fantastic. And you said that you used the raw input? Yeah, I can send you the link. Let me see if I get the right one on this raw input. Not ninja input. I swear I had it. Oh, it's the internal plugin. Okay, because I saw a different one. I think it was this one, which was really well made and supported like anything that you plugged in, and it was pretty cheap. But we'll start by trying with the already integrated one. Spend like 50 hours to properly make it work. $50 hours, or do I spend 15 bucks? $50 hours in the sea, Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just buy this. Maybe I'll just buy this because this had support for plugging in. Maybe I'll just buy this. There's a Windows demo build. Let me see if it works actually. I have a DualShock controller right here, so we can try it out. Some people make demo builds to try things out, but there is no like actual try out and get refunded if you don't like it, unfortunately. Okay, I have no controller plugged in. Let me plug one in. PS5 DualSense wireless controller. Do you think, Denick, based on your experience, that this would be fine to use? Because I just plugged in and it just kind of works. We can do a UI demo too. Ah, look at that. Okay, so maybe we just drop the 15 bucks and we just use this. There are gamepad settings. That's pretty cool. A web controller. Oh. Okay, don't do that. Let's not put any QR codes up on screen. That's always an interesting thing to do. You only release on Steam. Use Steam input. Will save you lots of headaches. What do you mean by that, Denick? If you only release on Steam, do you mean don't use enhanced input, or? Maybe I'm misunderstanding that. Fab have a tryout? No, Fab does not have a tryout, unfortunately. Unfortunately, there is no money back if you don't like your purchase. Which is why I really hope that there are like demos on stuff. But most things do have demos. Didn't bother with manually making DualSense DualShock controllers work, although if this plugin works, that's fine too. Yeah, I guess it's like, well, I would want to probably enable some of the, or play around with some of the rumble settings. We just need to spike it. We need to spike it. Oh yeah, connected via Bluetooth. That's a good question, actually. That is a really good question. I don't know what it was called. I know I found it through this. I don't see... Okay, I'll read what it says. It supports direct input, X input, and raw input. Runs independently of the Unreal controller settings. Controller inputs are fired via new events. You can use these events in almost all blueprints. Not only in the player controller blueprint. They work independently of the focus. Rumble is supported. Force feedback since version 1.5. Most PS5 DualSense functions are available. You can move the mouse cursor with a controller. Since version 3, simple mapping of buttons and axes possible, keyboard and mouse emulation. Does any of that sound not good or missing something? Yeah, it kind of sounded like it has a separate, it says via controller inputs are fired via new events. Which we wouldn't want. I guess we need to read the documentation. Hot takes only see rune many languages because of the init, mutate, compare, equal. I'll take your word for it. One thing you don't have with Steam input is the proper glue. Yeah, and at least it looked like when I loaded that up, it knew that it was it knew the device ID, so we would be able to switch. We'd be able to switch to the proper glyphs with that. And it has its own navigation. This is the scary part, is getting all the stupid UI navigation to work. That's where I have the most trauma. But that's something that common UI is supposed to make a bit easier. Maybe I'm mistaken on that. Mapping. I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't look like it's meant to use enhanced input. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to think about it right now. I really, really don't. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a hernia. For today, I'm going home. Guys, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for helping me solve these problems. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. That is the date it is today. Have a good Tuesday, guys. Peace. And see you tomorrow for more Redlock development. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.